Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host, Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is our adaptation of a beautiful novel by James Stephens, The Crock of Gold. Chapter 1. The Philosopher in the Glen. Long ago, when the world was young, and the hills of Ireland still remembered how to sing, there was a quiet glen hidden far from any road, tucked between two green hills that leaned gently toward each other like old friends sharing a secret. In this glen stood a small white cottage with a crooked chimney and a garden full of herbs, daisies and whispering lavender. Smoke curled from the chimney like a sleepy ribbon, and the air always smelled of tea and warm bread. This was the home of the philosopher, a man with a long white beard that curled like sheep's wool and eyes like silver coins. He wasn't a wizard, though many thought he was. Nor was he a priest, though he wore a robe and often spoke of unseen things. The philosopher was simply a man who liked to think. He thought about big things, like where the sun sleeps at night and whether the stars have names we've forgotten. He thought about small things too, like why bees hum when they're happy, or why mushrooms never grow in a straight line. Best of all, he liked to think out loud. And so, every morning after breakfast, which always included honeyed porridge and 2 cups of tea, he would sit in his rocking chair beneath the old ash tree and talk to whoever would listen. Most of the time, that was Sumas and Brigid, 2 curious children who lived with him. Sumas had freckles like cinnamon sprinkles and a nose that was always in a book. Brigid was quicker than a hare and loved to climb trees, even ones she was told not to. They were not the philosopher's children by blood, but in every way that mattered, they were his children of the heart. Children, the philosopher would say, tapping his teacup with a spoon, did you know that thoughts are like butterflies? They flutter about in your head until you catch them with a net made of questions. Brigid would giggle and pretend to swing an invisible net. Sumas would scribble it all down in his leather notebook. Their days were filled with questions and quiet joy. They asked why the clouds moved, why the wind changed its mind, and whether cats could dream of flying. The philosopher never gave simple answers. He gave better ones. He gave stories. He told them how the rivers once talked to the stars, how the first tree taught the others how to grow, and how every pebble on the path had rolled there from some faraway mountain, carrying secrets in its silence. But the philosopher didn't spend all day talking. He also listened. He listened to the bees in the garden and to the wind brushing the grass. He listened to the badger who lived under the porch, to the fox who passed through at twilight, and even to the stones, which spoke slowly and only when they were sure someone was really listening. One morning, as the mist still wrapped the glen like a shawl, the philosopher sat very still, sipping tea and gazing into the distance. Sumas and Brigid tiptoed out, not wanting to disturb his thinking. "Do you know," he said at last, without turning, "that the world is not made of earth or sky or even stars. It is made of stories. Everything you touch, see, or feel was once a tale waiting to be told." Brigid blinked. "Even this spoon, especially the spoon," he smiled. "That spoon remembers being part of a silver stream where a trout once sang lullabies." The children giggled, but deep down they believed him. In the glen, anything seemed possible. But as the morning wore on, something shifted in the air. The wind brought a new smell, not herbs or honey, but something older, wilder. The trees rustled with unease, and the fox passed through without so much as a nod. The philosopher paused mid-sentence. He tilted his head. "Something," he whispered, "has stirred." Brigid clutched Sumas's hand. "Is it a bad something?" she asked. The philosopher looked up at the sky, now filled with drifting crows. "No," he said softly, "but it is something." And from that moment on, the peaceful days in the glen began to ripple, like a stone dropped into a still pond. A tale was waking, a tale of gold, of magic, and of choices deeper than dreams. But for now, the philosopher finished his tea, and the children leaned against him, safe in the circle of his arms. The glen still sang its quiet song, and the stars were not yet ready to fall. Tomorrow, the adventure would begin. Tonight, they would rest. Chapter 2. The Talking Animals. The next morning, The sun stretched across the glen like a golden cat, warming the dew-sparkled grass and tickling the windows of the cottage. Sumans was the first to wake. He crept outside, still barefoot and tussle-haired, and breathed in the fresh scent of clover and damp earth. Bridget joined him moments later, already dressed and carrying a slice of buttered bread. The philosopher was in his usual spot beneath the old ash tree, wearing a robe the color of moss, and slippers that had once belonged to a wizard, or so he claimed. He was humming softly, a tune no one had ever heard before, except perhaps the birds. "Good morning," he said as the children approached. "The trees were talking in their sleep last night. I think the world is remembering something." "What were they saying?" asked Bridget, climbing onto the tree swing. "They whispered about the lost gold of the leprechauns and the stirring of old magic," the philosopher replied, peering over his teacup. "But before we get ahead of ourselves, we must go speak to the animals. They always know things before we do." Sumas tilted his head. "But animals can't talk," the philosopher grinned. "Of course they can. You just have to know how to listen." He rose with a creak of old knees and beckoned the children to follow him through the garden and down a fern-covered path that led into the deeper part of the glen. It was a secret place where the trees leaned close and the air felt like it was holding its breath. They came first upon the badger, a fat fellow with wise eyes and paws like spades. He sat just outside his burrow, polishing a stone with great care. "Good day, Mr. Badger," said the philosopher. The badger squinted at them, then gave a slow nod. Thought you'd be by. The earth's been muttering in its sleep. There's a stirring. Trouble, maybe. Or a tale beginning again." Seamers blinked. "You mean the earth talks too?" "Everything talks," said the philosopher. "Even silence, if you let it." Bridget leaned down. "What do you think is happening?" The badger scratched his ear. "Something's gone missing. Something precious. The leprechauns are sniffing about. Which means gold. And if it's their gold, well then the fairies will be in a right mood. And that's never good for the grass or the birds." They thanked the badger, who returned to polishing his stone, and wandered farther until they came to the stream. There, lounging on a mossy rock, was the fox, his coat bright as fire and his eyes full of mischief. "Ha, the philosopher and his apprentices," the fox drawled. "What brings you into my part of the world?" "Following the scent of magic." "Ah, we're listening," said Bridget, "to stories." "Well, I have one," said the fox, licking his paw. "Last night, a silver bird flew across the moon, and the fairies danced so wildly that the mushrooms grew crooked. And something was watching from the trees. I smelled it, old magic, sharp and sweet." Sumas scribbled furiously in his notebook. The philosopher only nodded. "Be careful," the fox added, his voice dropping low. "Not all stories end well." They walked on, thinking quietly, until they reached the edge of the glen, where the ground rose into a low hill. There, perched on the branch of a twisted oak, was the crow, all feathers and sharp eyes. He cawed once before speaking in a scratchy, knowing voice. "Ah, the philosopher walks the glen again. Trouble's brewing, the kind with wings and secrets." "What kind of secrets?" asked Sumas. The crow tilted his head. "The kind locked in roots and buried in dreams. The gold is gone. The fairies know. The leprechauns deny it. And something ancient has woken." The philosopher bowed slightly. "Thank you, friend. Watch the sky," the crow called as they turned to go. "And don't trust the silence." They returned to the cottage as the sun reached its highest point, warm and golden. Bridget sat on the steps and let the bees buzz around her head. Sumas stared into the distance, thinking of leprechauns and ancient magic. The philosopher poured himself a fresh cup of tea. "The world is beginning to speak," he said softly. "And when the world speaks, we must answer." That night, as the stars blinked awake, Sumas and Bridget lay in their little attic room under a blanket sewn with moons and suns. They whispered to each other about talking animals, silver birds, and golden secrets. And just before they drifted to sleep, Bridget asked, "Do you think the gold is real?" Sumas didn't answer right away. "I think," he whispered at last, "it's not the gold that matters, but the story it wants to tell." Outside, the wind stirred the trees. Somewhere in the glen, A fox laughed softly in the dark. Tomorrow would bring new questions. But tonight, there was only wonder and sleep. Chapter 3: The Whispering Trees. The morning began with a hush. Not the usual gentle quiet of the glen, but a deeper stillness, like the world was listening, waiting. Even the birds held back their songs, and the breeze that usually played tag with the leaves had wandered off somewhere else. Sumas noticed it first as he sat by the window, tying the strings on his boots. "It's too quiet," he said. Bridget nodded, peeking through the curtains. "Even the bees are staying near the hive." Downstairs, the philosopher stood at the door of the cottage, looking out across the garden. His hands were folded behind his back, and he wore a thoughtful expression, the kind that meant he had heard something most people would miss. "The trees are whispering again," he murmured. The children joined him on the front step, shivering a little, though the air was warm. "What are they saying?" asked Bridget. The philosopher didn't answer right away. Instead, he led them down the winding path that took them into the heart of the glen, where the trees grew tall and ancient, their trunks thick with moss and their roots twisted like sleeping giants. They walked in silence. The deeper they went, the more the air changed, cooler, darker, full of the scent of bark and hidden mushrooms. And though no wind blew, the leaves above them rustled gently, as if speaking in a language of their own. Finally, they reached a clearing where an enormous hawthorn tree stood alone, its branches arched overhead like arms spread in blessing, and its white blossoms drifted slowly to the ground, even though there was no breeze. The philosopher bowed his head. "This is where they speak most clearly," he whispered. "If you listen with your heart, not just your ears, you might hear them too." Sumas closed his eyes. Brigid placed her hand on the trunk of the tree. The bark was warm, pulsing faintly like a heartbeat. Then, faint as a feather on the wind, they began to hear it. "It is gone. It is lost. The gold is gone." The children gasped. "They really are talking," Bridget whispered. "Shh," said the philosopher gently. "They will tell us more." The whispering continued, like the rustle of silk or the flutter of wings. Stolen in darkness, hidden in shadow, the fair ones search, the leprechauns rage, the balance trembles. "Balance?" Sumas asked softly. The philosopher nodded. "There is a balance to everything in the world, between day and night, sun and moon, kindness and mischief, fairy and man. When the crock of gold was taken, something ancient was disturbed. But what is the crock of gold?" Bridget asked, eyes wide. The philosopher smiled faintly. "A treasure of great power, but not the kind people expect. Some say it holds coins made by moonlight. Others believe it's filled with joy so pure it can light the darkest cave. Still others think it's a piece of the world's first story, the one told before time began." Sumas sat down beneath the tree. "And now it's missing." "Yes," said the philosopher, "and when magic goes missing, other things start to follow, like laughter and wonder and dreams." Bridget looked worried. "What happens if we don't find it?" Before the philosopher could answer, a wind rose from nowhere, swirling through the clearing, lifting leaves and petals into the air. It didn't feel cold, but it did feel old, like it came from the very beginning of things. And in that wind, the whispering trees gave one final warning. "Follow the fox. Seek the silver bird." The girl knows. The child remembers. Then all was still again. The children looked up at the philosopher, full of questions, but he was already nodding. "It begins," he said quietly. "The tale is unfolding. We must pay attention to every sign now." Bridget leaned against him. "What do we do first?" The philosopher gazed into the canopy above, where the sunlight flickered like gold between the branches. "We wait. The story will send its next page when it is ready." And so they returned home through the whispering woods, each step heavy with wonder. That night, Sumas dreamed of golden light spilling through cracks in the sky. Bridget dreamed of trees that walked and spoke in riddles, and the philosopher. He sat by the fire, turning an old silver coin in his hand, listening to the wind through the chimney, as if it might deliver a message from a world just beyond the veil of this one. The tale had begun, but the path ahead was still hidden, and so they waited for the next whisper. Chapter 4: The Fairy Child. The next morning was strange in a soft and secret kind of way. The sky was pale and hazy, as if someone had painted it with a damp brush and forgot to finish. The grass sparkled with a silvery dew that hadn't been there the day before, and all the birds seemed to be whispering to each other instead of singing out loud. Bridget was the first to notice something odd. She stood by the garden gate, looking toward the edge of the glen, where the trees met the sky. "There's someone dancing in the meadow," she whispered. Suma squinted. "Is it a bird?" "No," said Bridget. It's a girl." The philosopher came outside, carrying a teapot in one hand and a wool blanket in the other. He followed the children's gaze and set the teapot down slowly. "Ah," he said almost to himself. "So she's come." Together they walked quietly down the slope to the clearing where the wildflowers grew tallest and the wind liked to play. There, in the center of the meadow, a girl with hair like moonlight spun in slow, graceful circles. Her dress shimmered as she moved, sometimes blue, sometimes green, sometimes the color of clouds just before rain. She didn't see them at first. Or perhaps she did and simply didn't mind. She moved as if the world had vanished, and she was dancing with time itself. Bridget took a step forward, then stopped. "She's not normal, is she?" The philosopher shook his head gently. "No, she is a fairy child." Suma's eyes grew wide. "A real one?" "As real as sunlight or shadow," said the philosopher. "She is not made of the same things we are. She was born of laughter and wind, of moonlight and ancient stories. And she is not supposed to be here." Just then, the girl paused. Slowly, she turned to face them, her eyes the color of sea glass and starlight. "Have you come to take me back?" she asked, in a voice that rang like bells on water. "No," said the philosopher kindly. "We've only come to understand." The girl looked at him for a long time, then sat in the grass and tucked her feet beneath her. "The world is too loud," she said, "too heavy. I came here because I wanted to remember how to feel quiet again." Bridget sat beside her. "Are you in trouble?" The fairy child nodded. "Just once. I'm not supposed to be seen. The law of my kind is this: if a human sees a fairy without permission, the fairy must return at once. But I've stayed too long. I forgot to hide. Will the other fairies be angry?" Suma asked. "Not angry," she whispered. "Worried, for me and for themselves. There are rules, ancient ones, and when they are broken, even for a good reason, the old balance begins to shake." The philosopher crouched down beside her, wrapping the wool blanket around her shoulders. "And yet," he said gently, "I think there is more. Something else brought you here." The girl looked down. "I dreamed of a golden light," she murmured. "It called to me, a whisper from the earth. It said something precious had been taken, and that a child would remember where it was hidden." Bridget blinked. "A child? Do you mean—" "I don't know," said the fairy child. "Maybe." The wind stirred then, and somewhere beyond the trees, a long, low whistle echoed through the glen. Not a bird, not an animal, a signal. The girl stood. "They're coming. The others. They've found me." The philosopher's eyes narrowed. "We have to keep you safe." "No," she said, stepping back. "You don't understand. If they see you with me, they'll think you've taken me, that you've hidden me from them." Suma's frowned. "But we haven't." "That won't matter," said the fairy child, her voice soft with sorrow. "The old ways are full of fear, even when they are dressed in beauty." Bridget grabbed her hand. "We won't let them hurt you. You are kind," she said, smiling. "But they cannot be fought with fists or fire, only with cleverness and courage." Just then, a rustle came from the trees. Not leaves, not wind, something heavier, more purposeful. The philosopher stood, calm as a pond. "We must be clever then," he said. He turned to Sumas. "Fetch the fox." To Bridget, "Gather the candles." To the fairy child, "Come with me, for even in fairy matters, as in all things." The philosopher believed that stories, not swords, held the greatest power of all. And that night, as a strange fog crept into the glen and unfamiliar shapes moved just beyond the light, the cottage became a haven, glowing from within. A girl of moonlight and mystery sat at its hearth, holding a mug of warm milk. Outside, the world shifted. Inside, the tale continued. Chapter 5: The Policeman in the Woods. The next morning dawned with a sharpness in the air. The fog of the night before had left behind a glistening coat on the trees and grasses, and though the sun peeked shyly over the hills, the light felt thinner, as if the day were uncertain about beginning. Inside the cottage, all was still, except for the tick of the clock on the wall and the soft rustle of Bridget gently tucking a blanket around the sleeping fairy child, who lay curled up on the philosopher's old armchair, wrapped in warmth and dreams. Suma stood near the window, notebook in hand, watching the woods. "There's something moving in the trees," he whispered. The philosopher looked up from his tea, eyes sharp beneath sleepy lids. "Two somethings," he said, "with boots, leather ones, made for towns, not glens." Just then, a knock, rap, 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 on the door. Firm, too firm for a neighbor, too official for a friend. The philosopher didn't rush. He stood, stretched, and moved to the door with the calm of someone who had outwaited many storms. He opened it slowly. Two policemen stood there, looking entirely out of place. Their coats were too stiff, their hats too tall, and their faces too serious for a morning as delicate as this one. One was short and round, with cheeks like dough, the other tall and narrow, like a lamppost. Their boots were muddy, and they smelled faintly of wet wool and burnt toast. "Morning," said the tall one. "We're looking for something." "Something?" the philosopher repeated. The round one pulled out a notebook, flipping it open with exaggerated importance. Reports of a disturbance in these parts. Strange lights, unusual noises, talk of moon maidens in the woods. The philosopher raised an eyebrow. "Moon maidens. Some say a fairy," said the tall one, lowering his voice as if the word itself might float away. The philosopher nodded sagely. "Ah, yes. The woods are full of story." The tall one tried to peer past him into the cottage. "Mind if we come in?" "I do," said the philosopher with a polite smile. "But I'd be happy to bring out some tea and toast." The round one frowned. "This is official police business." "And this," said the philosopher, "is private property, protected by the laws of hospitality, and a very grumpy badger who lives under the porch." Just then, a soft sneeze echoed from inside the house. The tall policeman leaned in. "Was that a child?" "Bless you," the philosopher called over his shoulder. "My niece, allergic to morning." The round one was not convinced. "We'll need to see her." The philosopher didn't move. "Only if you've brought a fairy permit and 3 brass buttons from a leprechaun's coat." The policeman blinked. "I thought not," he added. Now, here's where things got a little unusual. For as the policeman stood there, a soft music began to play, not from a gramophone or any earthly instrument, but from the woods themselves. A delicate piping, like wind singing through reeds, or laughter made of sound. The policeman froze. The tall one's hat slowly rose from his head, lifted by a curious gust of wind that had no business being indoors. The round one's boots began to feel squishy, like they were made of bread dough. "What is happening?" he whispered. The philosopher looked out past them, into the trees, where shadows danced between sunbeams. "You are not listening," he said gently. "You are looking for trouble where there is none. Go back to your station, make yourselves a pot of tea, and tell your sergeant that the glen belongs to its own kind of order." The music grew softer, the wind faded, and as if waking from a very strange dream, the policeman turned and walked back down the path. Boots squelching, hats askew, muttering about fog in the brain and magic mushrooms again, probably. When the gate clicked shut behind them, the philosopher turned and closed the door. Bridget peeked out from behind the stairs. Sumas exhaled. "They were going to take her," Bridget said. "Not if I could help it," said the philosopher, already pouring more tea. The fairy child appeared beside them, pale but steady. "Thank you," she said softly. "They'll be back," Seamus said. "Perhaps," the philosopher replied, "but next time they'll think twice. The woods are watching, and the trees don't like uniforms." That night, the 3 of them sat quietly by the fire, with the fairy child between them, sipping warm elderflower tea. Outside, the glen stood guard, silent, silver, and strong. The trouble had knocked, but the tail was not ready to be caught. And upstairs, the children slept with dreams full of piped music and floating hats, while the philosopher sat by the fire, humming a tune the trees had taught him long ago. Chapter 6. A Visit to the Leprechauns. A few days passed, quiet and strange. The fairy child stayed close to the cottage, spending her time listening to birdsong, tracing patterns in the dirt with her bare toes, and helping Bridget string daisies into long chains. She spoke little, but when she did, her words were soft and careful as if they carried weight from some other world. But the philosopher could feel it. Beneath the stillness, something old was stirring. The balance between the worlds was tilting like a teacup resting on uneven stone. And so, one fine afternoon, just after the bees had finished their midday humming, he stood up, dusted off his coat, and declared, "It's time to visit the leprechauns." Bridget's eyes lit up. Real leprechauns, with hats and buckles and gold. "More or less," said the philosopher, "though I wouldn't bring up hats. It's a sensitive topic." Seamus grabbed his notebook. "Where do they live?" "Where most sensible people don't go," the philosopher replied, "under the hill, behind the mist, beneath a sky that doesn't quite match the one we know." The children looked at each other. "Sounds perfect," said Bridget. They packed a basket with oatcakes, a small pot of honey, a wedge of cheese, and 3 apples. The philosopher insisted, "You never visit the leprechauns empty-handed." Then they set off, across the glen, through the fields, and into the shadowy part of the woods, where the trees grew thicker and the light changed color. At last, they came to a hill that looked ordinary enough, just a grassy slope with a few sheep grazing lazily. But the philosopher stopped in front of a smooth, flat stone near its base and tapped it 3 times with the handle of his walking stick. Knock, knock. The wind went silent. A moment later, the stone shimmered, not in a flash or a sparkle, but like water rippling in sunlight. And then, right where the stone had been, a little wooden door appeared, no taller than the philosopher's knee. He bent low, cleared his throat, and said in a deep, polite voice, "Mr. Grumble of the Underhill Court, if you please, I have come on business of the old kind." For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then creak, the door opened, and out popped a face. It was round, red-cheeked, and bristling with whiskers, the color of rusted copper. The eyes, however, were sharp as thistles. "Business, is it?" the leprechaun sniffed. "Nobody ever visits us unless something's gone missing." "Something has gone missing," said the philosopher. The leprechaun muttered, "Always the way." He opened the door wider. "Well then, in you come." They stepped through the little doorway and immediately felt the world change. The light turned golden and warm, like it came from lamps made of melted sunshine. The air smelled of mint and soil and pipe smoke, and the inside of the hill stretched far deeper and wider than the outside could ever explain. They were in the leprechaun's realm. Tiny doors lined the curved walls of the tunnels, and soft music drifted from hidden corners. All around them, leprechauns bustled, carrying ledgers, polishing buttons, and arguing about acorn taxes. Mr. Grumble led them to a chamber with a mossy round table and stools made of toadstools. "So," he said, folding his arms, "what's been taken this time?" "The crock of gold," the philosopher said. At those words, the room went silent. One by one, all the leprechauns within earshot stopped moving. Even the music faded. Grumble's face tightened. "We don't talk about that." "But we must," said the philosopher gently. "The balance is shifting. Fairies are restless, gods are stirring, and a fairy child has crossed into the human world." Grumble muttered something that sounded like blasted fairy rules and sat down heavily on a mushroom. "You know who took it," said Seamus quietly. "We might," Grumble admitted, "but we don't give away secrets, not even for honeyed oatcakes." Bridget offered, setting the basket on the table. Grumble eyed the basket. "Or a riddle," answered, added the philosopher. At this, Grumble's ears perked up. Leprechauns loved riddles. "You answer my riddle," the philosopher said, "and you may keep the basket. But if I answer yours, you'll give us a clue." Grumble squinted. "Deal." The philosopher leaned forward. "What walks without legs, sings without a mouth, and never tells the same tale twice?" Grumble frowned, scratched his beard, and finally muttered, "Wind." "Correct," said the philosopher, with a smile. Now it was Grumble's turn. He thought for a while, then grinned. "What grows when given away, shrinks when held too tightly, and cannot be seen but changes everything it touches?" Seamus gasped. "Love." Grumble blinked, then grumbled. Too quick, the lot of you. But a deal was a deal. With a long sigh, he reached into his waistcoat and pulled out a folded slip of paper. He handed it to the philosopher. Someone left this behind. Found it near the foot of the wishing tree the morning the gold vanished. The philosopher unfolded it. It was a torn scrap of parchment with one single word written in glittering green ink. Remember. Is it a clue? Bridget asked. Grumble shrugged. Or a warning. Could be either. With fairies. They thanked Mr. Grumble, left him with the oatcakes, and stepped back through the little wooden door. The sun had barely moved in the sky, though it felt as though hours had passed. Back in the glen, as the trees whispered softly and the fairy child watched from the hill, the philosopher placed the parchment in Sumus's notebook. Remember, he said quietly, something old is waking, and it remembers us, even if we've forgotten it. The children said nothing. For some reason, they were all suddenly very sure that the crock of gold was not just a lost treasure, but a forgotten truth. And the truth, they were learning, always finds its way home. Chapter 7. The Wise Old Goat. The day after their visit to the leprechauns, the glen was filled with a strange stillness, the kind that made even the birds hop softly from branch to branch, and the river whisper a little lower than usual. The fairy child had not spoken since they returned. She sat on the garden wall with her chin resting on her knees, watching the clouds slide past as though they carried memories she couldn't quite reach. The philosopher, meanwhile, was pacing slowly between the cottage and the ash tree, murmuring half questions to himself. Sumus and Bridget followed him like quiet shadows. What does it mean? Sumus asked, for the 5th time. The word remember. What are we supposed to remember? The philosopher stopped walking, his eyes narrowed, not in frustration but in deep, gleaming thought. Sometimes, he said slowly, the things we need to remember don't live in our minds. They live in the earth, in the stones, in the hooves of an old friend. Bridget blinked. Hooves? Yes, the philosopher said, now clearly onto something. We need to visit someone with a head full of mountain thoughts and a heart slow enough to remember what others forget. And that is how. A short while later, the 3 of them found themselves walking up the steep hill that stood just beyond the glen, where the trees gave way to heather, and the wind grew wilder, and the clouds hung low like sheep on the sky. At the very top of that hill lived the wise old goat. No one knew how old he really was. Some said he'd been born before fences were invented. Others claimed he had once eaten a wizard's spellbook and accidentally gained the ability to speak. But everyone agreed on 2 things. His horns curled like the branches of ancient trees, and his eyes, wide, golden and still, held the knowledge of forgotten songs. They found him standing on a flat rock, gazing out over the hills as if watching for something that was always just about to arrive. Good morning, Elder Horns, the philosopher said, with a respectful bow. The goat turned his head slowly. It's not morning, he said in a voice like worn leather and wind. It's the middle of remembering. Bridget's mouth fell open. You know about the remembering. I remember everything, said the goat. That's why I live so high up. It's quieter here. Memories don't get tangled in so many things. Sumus stepped forward. Do you remember the crock of gold? The goat closed his eyes. I remember when the fairies first poured it, he said softly. From the first laughter of a newborn child, from the golden drop of sun that fell into a river, from the echo of the world's first song. He paused. I remember when the leprechauns hid it, and I remember when they stopped believing in the reason they hid it. Bridget sat beside him on a flat stone. Then who took it? The goat opened one eye. The one who forgot, or the one who wanted to forget. The children looked at each other. That doesn't make sense, Sumus said. It's not meant to, the goat replied. Sense is a rope, but truth is a wind. The philosopher sat as well, laying his coat on the ground. What do we need to understand? The goat turned to him and spoke more slowly now. The gold is not just treasure, it is memory. It is joy that was once shared. It is laughter no one can quite place. It is what holds the stories of the world together. And someone is trying to forget the story. Why? Asked Bridget. Because stories are dangerous, said the goat. They remind us who we are. For a moment, no one said anything. The wind moved around them, like a breath. Then the goat raised one hoof and pointed toward the far hills. The fairies have started walking west. The gods are waking under the mountain. The forgotten are remembering, and something is hiding behind its own shadow. Where do we go? Sumas asked. The goat nodded toward a dark patch of woods on the horizon. Go there, to the place where nothing grows, where the light bends away. That is where memory was broken. The philosopher rose and bowed again. Thank you, Elder Horns. The goat nodded. Be careful. The deeper you go into forgotten things, the harder it is to remember why you came. As they made their way down the hill, Seamus clutched his notebook to his chest. Bridget walked quietly, her fingers trailing through the long grass, and the philosopher, with eyes full of storm and sunlight, hummed a tune that only very old goats and very young children would recognize. The fairy child met them at the garden gate, as if she had known exactly when they'd return. You've spoken to the old one, she said. We have, said Bridget. The fairy child looked toward the distant woods. Then it's time, she said. We go to where the story forgot itself, and above them, a single black bird called once, then flew straight into the fading light. Chapter 8, Pan of the Hills. The wind had changed again. It no longer whispered the songs of trees, or carried the smell of warm earth. Now it hummed, softly, deeply, like a single string stretched across the sky, plucked by unseen fingers. It was not an unpleasant sound, but it stirred something inside the heart, something wild, something old. The philosopher felt it first, as they made their way along the high ridgeline that curved above the glen like a sleeping dragon's spine. He paused and closed his eyes. He's near, the philosopher murmured. Who is? Bridget asked, brushing wind-blown hair from her face. Pan, the philosopher said, as if naming a storm. The spirit of the hills, the laughter behind leaves, the wild heart of the world. Sumas frowned. Pan's real? Oh yes, said the philosopher. But he's not always the shape you expect. He doesn't live in temples. He lives in echoes, in dance, in the space between what is and what might be. They walked on, the path narrowing, the hills rising and dipping like ocean waves frozen in green. The fairy child, who had said little since the goat's words, stopped suddenly. He's watching. The air grew still, and then they heard it. A pipe, distant and strange, not like a flute, but reedier, more ancient, like the wind had found a hole in a tree and decided to play a tune no one had heard since dreams were invented. Follow it, said the philosopher. So they did. The music led them through a hidden valley blanketed in clover and wild thyme. The sky above was streaked with clouds that moved too fast, as though the heavens had somewhere urgent to be. And then, there he was. Pan. He sat upon a flat stone, surrounded by crooked trees, his legs crossed beneath him. One arm draped casually around a lamb, who didn't seem the least bit concerned. His skin was the color of bark and sun, his hair curled like ivy. Two small horns peeked from his forehead, as if grown from the earth itself. And his eyes were like looking into the part of the forest that never forgets it was once a jungle. He smiled when he saw them, though his smile was not comforting. It was mischievous, knowing, almost wild. Ah, said Pan, his voice like wind over hollow reeds. The philosopher brings children. That's always a sign. A sign of what? Asked Sumas. That the world is about to change, said Pan. He stretched, bones creaking like old branches, and gestured for them to sit. Why are you here? He asked. To understand, said the philosopher. Pan raised a brow. Understanding is overrated, but curiosity, that's worth something. He turned his gaze to the fairy child. You've stepped off your path. I had to, she said. The world called me. It does that, Pan said, nodding. But it rarely calls kindly. Bridget leaned forward. Do you know about the crock of gold? Pan's eyes flickered. Of course, everyone knows. But most pretend they don't. It's easier to sleep without remembering. But what is it really? Sumas. Pan stood, towering now, the air shimmering faintly around him. He didn't answer with words, but with music. He raised his pipe and played not a melody, but a feeling. And in that moment, they all saw it. They saw children laughing in sunlit meadows, lovers dancing in candlelight, Grandparents telling stories with wrinkled smiles. They saw joy without reason, beauty without price, wonder for its own sake. And at the center of it all, glowing faintly like a small sun inside a circle of stones, was the crock of gold. When the music faded, none of them could speak for a while. "The crock," said Pan at last, "is not gold you can spend. It is gold you carry. It is light made from love. It is the memory of joy, trapped in a shape the world forgot how to see. But someone took it," Bridget whispered. "Yes," said Pen, "because joy is dangerous to those who want control. If people remember how to wonder, how to laugh, for no reason, they cannot be ruled." "Do you know who took it?" the philosopher asked. Pan smiled, sadly. "This time, the one who fears it most, the one who has locked themselves away, not in a castle, but in silence. You'll find them at the edge of forgetting, where even shadows hesitate." He turned to go. "But beware," he added over his shoulder. "The closer you come to the crock, the more the world will try to stop you. Not out of cruelty, but out of fear. Even magic forgets itself, sometimes." The lamb trotted after him, and just like that, Pan was gone, his music trailing behind him like a dream you almost remember. The valley grew quiet. The fairy child looked up. "We have to keep going. Tomorrow," said the philosopher. "Tonight, we rest. What lies ahead will test more than our courage. It will test our memory." They returned to the glen, under a sky flickering with stars. And as they lay down that night, even sleep seemed full of echoes, of pipes, of laughter, and of gold no one could see but everyone could feel. The story now was moving on its own. Chapter 9. The Angry Gods. The next morning, the sky was heavy with clouds that seemed too low, as if they'd forgotten how to float. The wind had a strange weight to it. It no longer danced, it prowled, sliding around the trees like a cat waiting to pounce. The philosopher stood at the edge of the glen, staring toward the dark woods beyond the western hills. Sianis and Bridget joined him, their boots damp with dew. "They're waking," he said. "Who?" asked Bridget. "The gods," the philosopher replied, and his voice was very, very quiet. Now, not the friendly gods that visit in dreams, or stories told by candlelight. These were the old gods, the ones who came before stories had names, the ones made of thunder and silence, of time and stone, of fire that doesn't burn and sleep that never ends. "Why are they angry?" Sianis asked, gripping his notebook. "Because they've been forgotten," the philosopher said, "and because something that belongs to them has been taken, the crock of gold." Bridget guessed. "Part of it, yes," said the philosopher. "You see, long ago the gods poured part of their own joy into the crock, not to keep it, but to give it away. It was their gift to the world, their one kindness. When people remembered to laugh and wonder, the gods could sleep peacefully." The fairy child stood behind them, her eyes watching the horizon. "But now," she whispered, "that joy has vanished, and the gods are stirring in their sleep, confused. They believe they've been betrayed." The wind moaned through the trees. "We should go to them," said Bridget bravely. "You don't go to the gods," the philosopher said gently. "You are summoned." And just then, as if the very air had heard him, a sudden stillness dropped over the glen. Even the bees froze in the air. The leaves on the trees stood still. Not a bird chirped, not a branch bent. Then came a low rumble, not thunder, not earth, but something deeper, a sound that felt like it had begun 1,000 years ago, and only just now reached their ears. From the north, a mist crept down the hills, thick and gold-tinged, and out of it stepped a figure, then another, then 3 more. They were tall, taller than men, cloaked in shadows and sky, wearing robes that shimmered like oil on water, with faces that shifted and blurred as if they were not entirely here. Their eyes burned, not with flame, but with memory. Heavy, ancient memory. They stopped just at the edge of the trees, and the tallest one spoke. "Who holds our joy?" the god asked. His voice was not loud, but it made the stones hum. "No one holds it now," the philosopher replied calmly. "It's been taken, hidden, forgotten." The second god stepped forward. Her eyes were like winter light through fog. "The crock of gold was our promise. If the world has lost it, then the world must answer." "And what do you mean to do?" asked Seamus, surprising even himself. The gods turned to look at him. "Remind the world," said the third one. "Remind it what fear feels like." "No," the philosopher said firmly, taking a step forward. "That is not the way. You gave joy to the world freely. You must give the world a chance to find it again." The gods considered this. Their forms flickered, like torchlight behind water. At last, the first god spoke again. "There is a place we will not enter, a place even we forget. Go there, find what was taken." "And if we don't?" Bridget asked. "Then the world will forget joy," said the god. "And so will we." The gods began to fade, mist swirling around them, like fog drawn into the sky. As they vanished, the last one left behind a single feather, dark as coal, but shimmering faintly with star. The fairy child picked it up. "They're afraid," the philosopher nodded. "Gods forget things too, even themselves." That night, the wind blew hard against the windows, and the trees swayed like dancers trying to remember a forgotten song. The children couldn't sleep. Not fully. They lay in their beds and wondered what kind of world would it be without joy. And somewhere, deep beneath a mountain, a sleeping god stirred and dreamed of golden light. The journey was not over, but the path ahead was darker now, and the next step would lead them into the place where the world's oldest memories went to hide. Chapter 10: Journey to the Mountains. When the morning came, it arrived slowly, as if the sun were not quite sure it wanted to rise. The light was pale and hesitant, like a candle flickering in a great hall of shadows. The philosopher packed quietly, not hurriedly but with the care of someone who understood that the next part of the story would be different from the rest, that now they would be walking not just through the world but into it. Seamus and Bridget watched him fill his satchel. A flask of sweet tea, a compass that didn't always point north, a bundle of letters tied with string, and a map that seemed to change each time you looked at it. "Are we really going to the mountains?" Seamus asked. "Yes," the philosopher said. "We must go where the wind forgets its name. That is where the Crock was hidden or lost. The gods won't go there. The leprechauns won't speak of it. Even the fairies send only dreams. But we're just children," Bridget said, her voice small. "Children remember things grown-ups forget," the philosopher replied. "That makes you more powerful than you know." The fairy child stood beside the garden gate, her hair drifting around her like mist. She had already laced up her boots, stitched from moon silk and bark, and carried a pouch of herbs from the glen. "I'll lead," she said softly. "The mountains are not like the hills. They shift when they're watched. You need someone who can see sideways." So they set off, leaving the glen behind. The cottage nestled among the trees like a memory wrapped in wool. They climbed for hours, higher and higher, the air growing thinner, cooler. The hills they'd always known faded below them, softened by distance, and the trees thinned out into scrub and stone. The sky stretched wider, and the silence grew deeper, not empty, but listening. At midday, they reached a ridge where the land changed. Ahead of them loomed the old mountains, tall and sharp like broken teeth, cloaked in clouds and shadow. There were no birds here, no trees, just wind, stone and sky. A carved post stood at the path's edge, weathered by time, nearly swallowed by lichen. On it, one word was etched in a crooked, fading hand. "Forget." Bridget touched the post. "Is it warning us?" "It's reminding us," said the philosopher. They pressed on. As the day wore on, they crossed crumbling bridges over rivers that sang in forgotten tongues. They followed trails that disappeared when you turned your head. Sometimes, the path turned in on itself, and they had to walk backward to go forward. At twilight, they came upon a flock of strange cloud herders, tall, thin beings wrapped in blue-grey robes. They stood barefoot on the stones, using long reeds to gently push drifting mist into shape. "What are they doing?" Seamus whispered. "Shaping dreams," the fairy child said. "Or memories. Or maybe both." One of the herders looked at them just once, and then nodded toward a narrow pass between two cliffs. "Thank you," the philosopher said with a bow. They made camp that night beneath a stone outcrop, where a tiny spring trickled from the rock, and a lone hawthorn tree, twisted by the wind, leaned like it was listening. They shared bread and apples, sipped warm tea, and lit a small fire of pine needles and stories. Bridget asked, "What if we forget who we are?" "You won't," the philosopher replied, "because we'll remember for each other." The fairy child looked into the fire. "The mountains are full of forgotten things," she said, "but some of them want to be remembered." Sumas wrote that down. That night, while the others slept, the philosopher stayed awake beneath the stars. He looked out at the jagged horizon, where shadows moved like smoke. Somewhere beyond those peaks, the heart of the story waited. Not a treasure, not even an answer, but something far rarer, something true. And as the stars wheeled overhead and the wind howled through the high passes, a single line came to him, half thought, half dream. To find the crock of gold, one must remember what cannot be kept. In the morning, they would climb higher, into the place where memory sleeps and dreams go to hide. Chapter 11. The Fairy Tribunal. The wind that greeted them the next morning was colder. Not the sharp kind that bites at fingers and noses, but a deep, old cold, the sort that has curled through caves and whispered across mountaintops for thousands of years. It was the kind of wind that carried secrets. The philosopher stirred the embers of the fire, his hands steady. The fairy child sat nearby, braiding long grasses into a ring, her eyes thoughtful. "We're close," she said. "To the crock?" asked Bridget, blinking sleep from her eyes. "No," she replied. "To them." "The fairies?" Sumas guessed. The philosopher nodded. "Yes, the court of the fair folk, the tribunal. They know we're coming. They've been waiting." Bridget looked around, but there's no castle, no hall, just rocks and wind. The fairy child stood and pointed toward a sheer cliff wrapped in fog. "That is the door. You just have to know how to knock." She stepped forward and whispered something into the mist. Words so old they didn't sound like words at all. Then she lifted the ring of braided grass and placed it on the flat stone at her feet. There was a sound like bells made of water, and the fog parted. A path appeared. It led not forward, but downward into the mountain itself. They followed it in silence, stone beneath their feet, the air damp and full of echoes. The walls shimmered faintly, as if veins of moonlight had been trapped inside the rock. At last, the tunnel opened into a cavern that was neither dark nor bright, but somehow glowing with a soft silver light that had no source. It was filled with shapes, tall and short, delicate and strange. Some shimmered like dragonfly wings, others flickered like candle flames, and all of them turned to look at the visitors. They had entered the fairy tribunal. At the center of the cavern stood a great twisted tree, its branches reaching into the very stone above. Beneath it sat 3 figures, tall, radiant, and still as statues. Their eyes were as deep as wells, and their faces were not cruel, but far too beautiful to be comforting. The middle one spoke. "You have brought a child into our world." The philosopher stepped forward, his voice calm. "She came of her own choosing. She was seen by human eyes," said the second. "The law was broken." "The law is old," said Bridget suddenly. "But isn't it older to protect what is right?" The fairies turned to her, surprised. Children were not expected to speak in courts of ancient power. "She means," the philosopher added gently, "but the fairy child did no harm. She came to remember something important to all of us." The third figure rose, and her voice was like wind chimes made of glass. "Then let the child speak." All eyes turned to the fairy child. She stepped forward, barefoot and steady. "I crossed into the human world because I heard the song of something lost. The crock of gold is missing, and with it, joy is fading. I felt it like a silence growing in the roots of things." The first figure frowned. "You knew what your crossing meant." "Yes," she said, "but I also knew what forgetting would cost." A long silence followed. The tree behind them sighed. Then, from the shadows, a voice spoke, one that had not yet been heard. It was small and soft, a child's voice, but it did not come from Bridget or Sumas. It came from behind the tree. Out stepped a little girl with hair of leaves and freckles like stars. Her eyes were wide and full of sadness. "I remember," she said. "I was the first to laugh into the crock. They told me I could stay hidden, stay safe. But hiding joy is not the same as protecting it." The fairies turned to her in awe. She was one of the first ones, a keeper of the joy that made the crock golden in the first place. "Let the child go," she said. "Let them all go. This story is not over, and stories are meant to be told, not caged." The tribunal was silent. Then the central figure nodded. "The fairy child may walk freely, the children may pass, and the philosopher must tell the story." The tree behind them glowed with sudden warmth, and petals of light drifted through the cavern. "You have 3 more steps to take," said the second fairy. "The place of shadow, the place of forgetting, and the place of truth." The fog returned, gentle and swirling, and the mountain breathed them out again like a slow exhale. Back on the path, beneath a sky filled with fast-moving stars, they stood in silence. "We were lucky," Bridget whispered. "No," said the philosopher. "We were heard. That is a rarer thing." The fairy child smiled faintly, and behind them the mountain shimmered and then slept once more. The road ahead was harder now, but they were no longer walking alone. Chapter 12. The Duel of Words. There are many kinds of battles in the world. Some are fought with swords, some with silence. But the most powerful kind, the ones that can truly change a story, are fought with words. The next morning, the group awoke at the edge of the Valley of Shadows. They had crossed hills and rivers, spoken with leprechauns and gods, entered fairy courts and dream-shaped woods. But here, standing before a crumbling stone archway, they felt something new, resistant, not from outside, but from within. "This place," whispered Sumas, "doesn't want us here." "That's because it remembers," said the philosopher. "And it doesn't want us to." The fairy child stepped lightly through the archway. "This is where forgetting begins." And so they entered the Valley of Unspoken Things, a place where truths once buried stirred like stones underwater, where every echo carried a question that had never been answered. As they walked, the light dimmed, not dark, not cold, but hollow, like the inside of a bell. Then came the voice. It didn't shout, it didn't boom, but it filled the air like a thick mist. "Why are you here?" it asked, smooth and slow, like velvet dipped in ink. "To find the truth," said the philosopher. "Whose truth?" the voice said, amused. "The one you tell yourself, the one you forgot, the one you fear." A figure appeared, not from behind a rock, not from the sky, but from the very air. It was shaped like a man, but taller, leaner, made entirely of words written in shadow. He wore a cloak that shimmered with sentences, and his eyes were empty quotation marks. "I am the keeper of unspoken arguments," he said. "I guard the gate of truth." "We don't wish to fight," said Bridget. "But you must," said the keeper. "Not with fists, not with fire, with reason, with memory, with meaning. If you wish to pass, you must win the duel of words." The philosopher stepped forward. "Very well." He took a breath. Then he spoke, not loudly, but clearly. "A child laughed once, and a river bloomed. The crock of gold caught the sound like sunlight in a cup. You call it a myth. I call it memory." The keeper tilted his head. "Joy is fleeting," the keeper replied. "It cannot be held. Why chase what always fades?" The philosopher smiled. "Because what fades still matters. A song is not lost when the last note ends. It is remembered in the heart it touched." The keeper narrowed his empty eyes. "The world has grown tired. Wonder is weakness. Better to forget. Better to rest." Simmers stepped forward. "No," he said, voice steady. "Wonder wakes us. When we forget joy, we stop seeing the stars." Bridget joined him. "When we laugh, even when we're afraid, we prove we are still alive." The fairy child placed her hand on the philosopher's shoulder. "The crock of gold is not a treasure, it is a promise. And promises only fade if we stop telling their story."
There was silence.
Then the keeper's shape flickered, like ink in water. His cloak of sentences unraveled, the words drifting into the air like feathers. "You remember too well," he said quietly. "You remember what most forget." And with a final shimmer, he bowed and vanished. The path beyond him cleared, and where once there had been shadows, there now lay a road of soft silver stone, glowing faintly with the warmth of something long forgotten. At the road's edge, the philosopher placed a hand on his heart. "We have not won the final truth," he said, "but we remembered enough to take the next step." And that night, They camped beneath trees that hummed with forgotten lullabies. Their dreams filled not with battles but with words soft and strong. Not all duels are loud. Some are quiet, and those often are the ones that save the world. Chapter 13. The Crock is found. The road they followed now was unlike any other. It didn't wind through hills or twist around rivers. It didn't follow the shape of the land. It followed the shape of a memory, soft and golden, just out of reach. The philosopher said very little. He walked with his hands clasped behind his back, as if he were deep in conversation with silence itself. Sumas and Bridget felt the air begin to shift around them. Not colder, not darker, just quieter, like the world was holding its breath. The fairy child whispered, "We are near." They came upon a circle of ancient trees, gnarled and wide, their roots knotted like sleeping dragons. In the center, a great stone stood upright, smooth as glass, and warm to the touch. It hummed gently, like a heart beating far away. "Here," the philosopher said. "This is the place. But there's no gold," Bridget said softly. "No treasure." "There is," he said, kneeling. "You just have to see it." He reached into his satchel and pulled out the slip of parchment they'd found in the leprechaun's hill. The one that said, "Only remember." Then he placed it at the base of the stone. Nothing happened. For a moment, then the air shimmered. The stone glowed faintly, not with light, but with feeling, like the warmth of the sun on your face after a long winter, or the sound of someone laughing and meaning it. The ground beneath the stone gave way, not with a crack or an explosion, but a sigh, and from beneath the roots in the rock, something rose. It was a crock, simple, round, made of something older than clay, and gentler than gold. It pulsed with soft light, the kind you see behind closed eyes when you dream of something good and forgotten. And when they looked inside, they did not see coins or jewels. They saw moments: a child's first smile, a mother's lullaby, a dance in the rain, a song hummed while stirring soup, a secret shared under a blanket of stars, a story whispered at bedtime. It was joy, woven into light, uncountable, unnameable. "Infinite," Sumas gasped. "It's beautiful." Bridget's eyes sparkled with tears. "It's real." The fairy child stepped forward and the light spilled over her hands. "This is what was lost." The philosopher smiled, not a wide smile, but a deep one, the kind that grows slowly like roots in the earth. "No," he said, "this is what was forgotten, and now it is remembered." The crock rose gently into the air and hovered just above the ground. From it came a low, ringing hum, a song almost, and then, like a ripple across the world, the song spread. Far away in the leprechaun's hill, Mr. Grumble looked up from his ledger and smiled without knowing why. In the fairy tribunal, the twisted tree blossomed with silver petals. In the glen, the badger came out in daylight and sat quietly by the garden gate. And somewhere in the sky, the gods turned in their sleep and sighed, soothed, because joy, true joy, had been found again. Not taken, not stolen, just waiting. The philosopher turned to the children. "You've done something rare," he said. "You remembered the truth of things. What do we do now?" Bridget asked. "We take it home," said the fairy child. "Not to keep, but to share." And so, they wrapped the crock of gold in light and laughter, placed it carefully in the philosopher's satchel, and began the journey back, not just through paths and woods and glens, but back into a world that was waiting to feel whole again. That night they slept beneath the stars, and for the first time in many chapters, the wind sang them to sleep. No words, just a tune, the kind you know without ever learning, the kind you only hear when something lost has been found. Chapter 14. What the gold really means. They walked slowly now. Not because they were tired, though they were. Not because the path was difficult, though it twisted through valleys and climbed over ridges. They walked slowly because something inside them had changed, something deep and quiet. They carried the crock of gold, but it was no longer a quest. It was a homecoming. The fairy child held it in her arms as they walked, and it seemed to glow more gently the farther they went, less like a flame, more like the hush before dawn. Sumas walked beside her, his notebook forgotten in his pocket. Bridget didn't run, or skip, or ask questions. She just watched the way the sunlight played through the trees, as though even the light had become more thoughtful. And the philosopher, who had spoken so often, now said almost nothing. But if you looked closely, you could see it. Joy had settled in the creases around his eyes. At midday, they stopped in a small clearing ringed by elder trees. A stream bubbled nearby. Birds fluttered and sang, not loudly, but like they knew it was a sacred kind of silence. Bridget set down the satchel and asked the question that had been building in her chest. Is it really gold? The philosopher didn't answer at first. He sat cross-legged and tapped one finger gently on the ground, as if waiting for the earth to speak. Then he said, "What do you think gold is?" Bridget tilted her head. Something shiny, valuable, hard to find. The fairy child smiled. "This is not gold for kings. It's gold for hearts." Seamers finally pulled out his notebook. "So it's a feeling. It's a memory," said the philosopher, "and a gift, and a choice." He leaned back against a tree, looking up at the sky through its branches. "People forget," he said softly. "They forget how to be amazed. They forget how to laugh just because. They forget that singing badly is still worth doing, and that kindness is a kind of magic." Bridget frowned. "But they don't mean to forget." "No," the philosopher agreed. "They grow up. They grow busy. They grow tired. And slowly, gently, joy gets packed away." The fairy child opened the crock and let its light spill into the clearing. It wasn't bright, not in the way lanterns or stars are. It was warm, like stories told beside a fire, like the scent of bread rising in an oven, like the moment someone says your name like it matters. Inside, the gold shimmered and moved, not metal, but moments. A little boy blowing dandelions into the wind. A grandmother tracing stars on the ceiling for her sleeping grandchild. A girl standing on tiptoe to kiss her best friend's forehead after a long day. A laugh shared between two people who don't speak the same language. It wasn't valuable the way the world measures things. It was more than that. "Joy isn't just a feeling," said the philosopher. "It's a memory made visible, a reminder that we're alive, and that being alive is a thing worth celebrating." Seamus looked up. "So, it was never about keeping it?" "No," said the fairy child. "It was always about giving it back." Bridget leaned closer to the crock. "Will people see it?" "Some will," said the philosopher. "Not with their eyes, perhaps, but when someone tells a story, or forgives first, or gives a flower just because it will glow again, quietly." They sat together a long while, not speaking. There was no need. The air was full of soft understanding. Eventually, they packed the crock once more, and "We're nearly home," said the philosopher. But it was clear that home wasn't just the cottage in the glen. It was wherever someone remembered what the gold really meant. And as they stepped back onto the path, the sun followed them through the leaves, lighting their way not because it had to, but because it wanted to. Chapter 15. Back to the glen. By the time they saw the glen again, the sun was beginning to dip, casting long golden fingers across the fields. The grass shimmered like it had been waiting, and the wind welcomed them with soft laughter through the trees. They had walked far. They had crossed mountains that forgot their own names. They had spoken to gods, riddled with leprechauns, and stood in courts where time bowed its head. And now, at last, they were home. The philosopher stopped at the crest of the hill and looked down. There was the white cottage, its crooked chimney puffing smoke like a sigh of relief. There was the garden, overgrown and wild, full of herbs and weeds and joy. And beyond it, the glen itself, green and quiet, exactly as they had left it. Except, not quite, because something had changed. Or rather, everything had remembered itself. The birds sang brighter songs. The trees swayed with intention. The old ash tree near the cottage door looked a little taller, a little more awake. "It's like the glen knows we're back," said Bridget, taking a breath full of mint and damp earth. "It does," said the philosopher. "The land always knows who carries the story home." As they reached the gate, the badger was waiting. His fur matted, his eyes sleepy, but watchful. "You took your time," he muttered. "We took the long road," the philosopher said. The badger grunted. Well, the mushrooms missed you." The fox padded up from the trees a moment later, tail flicking like a question mark. He sniffed the air. "You brought it back," he said. "We did," said the fairy child. The fox dipped his head. "Then the glen will sleep peacefully again." For a while, they passed under the arch of honeysuckle, and when they opened the cottage door, everything was just as it had been, and yet nothing would ever be quite the same. The children wandered through the house in silence, touching the windowsills, the old teacups, the coat hooks. It all felt softer now, like the walls had been holding their breath, and were finally able to exhale. Sumas placed his notebook on the shelf, gently. Bridget put a flower in a chipped vase, and smiled to see it catch the light. The fairy child stood by the fireplace, still holding the crock of gold. "What now?" she asked. The philosopher took the crock in both hands and set it down on the little round table by the window. There, in the late afternoon light, it glowed quietly, nor shy, just there, like it had always belonged. "We leave it here," he said, "where it can watch, and listen, and wait." Bridget frowned. "Won't someone try to take it again?" The philosopher shook his head. "They won't see it, not unless they know what to look for, not unless they need it." "And what if the world forgets again?" asked Sumas. The philosopher smiled gently. "Then we'll remind it." That evening, the glen lit itself in gold. The sun poured honey over the hills, and the shadows stretched out like lazy cats. Birds came to perch on the windowsills. The fox curled up in the grass near the porch. Even the wind sat down for a while. The children and the fairy child sat in a circle around a simple supper: warm bread, berry jam, and nettle tea. They told no grand tales that night. They spoke of small things, of songs half remembered, of bees and clouds, of dreams where nothing frightening ever comes. Because sometimes, after a long adventure, all you need is a quiet return. And sometimes, the greatest magic is the sound of familiar footsteps on the path home. Chapter 16: A Feast with the Animals. The next morning, the glen awoke differently. Not slowly, not lazily, but all at once, like it had heard good news in its sleep and was eager to stretch its arms. The birds sang in three-part harmony, the dew glittered on every blade of grass, and even the clouds seemed to smile as they drifted past. Something had shifted. Something had healed, and the animals, who always noticed these things first, knew. It began with the fox. He trotted up to the cottage door with a bundle of wild mushrooms tied in a leaf, and dropped them at the philosopher's feet. "For the stew," he said casually, licking one paw. "Tonight we feast." "Feast?" said Bridget, peeking out from the kitchen window. "Oh yes," the fox replied, grinning. "The badger is already digging up the last of his winter roots. The owls are bringing music. Even the moles are dusting off their dance floor." Sumas blinked. "Do moles dance?" "Very slowly," said the philosopher, "but quite gracefully, once they begin." By midday, preparations had filled every corner of the glen. The hedgehogs rolled berries into neat little piles. The squirrels gathered nuts and whispered recipes to each other in high, chittering voices. The bees polished the petals of every bloom. Even the trees swayed with rhythm, as if rehearsing their roles as gentle canopies for the night to come. The philosopher stirred a pot of bubbling stew over the fire pit, while humming a tune only the wind remembered. The fairy child helped string glowing seed lanterns along the hedgerow, each one flickering like a tiny heartbeat. As dusk began to slip across the sky like a shawl, the first guests arrived. The badger wore a flower tucked behind one ear and waddled in carrying a basket of roasted chestnuts. The rabbits brought bundles of fresh mint and shy giggles. The crows descended in elegant black lines, each carrying a tale to tell. And just before the stars came out, the owls arrived, one by one, their wings silent but their eyes sparkling with wisdom and jokes. The glen came alive. They dined on stewed roots and clover cakes, berry tarts and honeyed bread. The mice served dew in walnut shell cups. The frogs told riddles. Even the ancient goat appeared on the hilltop, watching like a proud old grandfather who'd seen it all before and approved deeply. Then came the music. The owls played flute-like songs on hollow reeds. The fox beat time with a stick on a hollow log. The wind whistled softly, and the trees joined in with rustling harmonies. Bridget danced in bare feet through the grass, her laughter catching the stars. Sumas clapped along. smiling so hard his cheeks hurt. Even the philosopher swayed, tapping his foot, beard bouncing gently to the rhythm. And the fairy child? She stood beside the crock of gold, which now rested on a small stone pedestal at the edge of the clearing. It glowed quietly, as always, not bright, not boastful, but warm. Every time someone laughed, every time someone shared their food, every time someone listened to a story, the crock shimmered, just a little brighter. Because that's how joy works. It grows when shared, it glows when remembered. Late into the night, when the fire was nothing but soft embers and even the moles had finished their slow, twirling dance, the animals curled up in little circles, some in nests, some in the grass, some simply tucked beneath the arms of the earth itself. The fairy child leaned her head on the philosopher's shoulder. "Do you think they'll remember?" she asked sleepily. "They won't have to," he said, smiling into the firelight. Tonight, the glen remembered for them. The stars twinkled like tiny bells. The trees whispered lullabies in the language of leaves, and the crock of gold glowed quietly in the dark. Not to be owned, not to be hidden, but to be held in moments like these. And when the first bird sang at dawn, the glen stirred with dreams still caught in its branches. Chapter 17. The Last Question. The feast had ended. The embers from the fire still glowed faintly, and the glen lay in a hush, so deep it felt like the world itself was exhaling. Birds had tucked their heads under their wings. The fox had curled into a warm ball at the foot of the old ash tree. Even the wind had dozed off, folded softly in the crook of a mossy hill. But inside the cottage, the children were still awake. Bridget sat cross-legged on the rug, her chin resting on her hands. Somers leaned against the wall, his notebook in his lap, open but untouched. The philosopher sat in his old rocking chair by the hearth, the crock of gold resting quietly on a stool beside him. The light from it was low and golden, like candlelight that never flickered. There was only the sound of the fire ticking in the grate. Then Bridget spoke, softly, as if not to wake the glen. "Can I ask a question?" The philosopher smiled without opening his eyes. "You've asked hundreds already. This one feels like the last one," she said. He opened his eyes and looked at her kindly. "Then it deserves an answer." She sat up straighter. "What's the most important thing?" The question drifted through the room and settled like dust in the air. Sumas closed his notebook slowly. The philosopher didn't answer right away. He rocked once, twice, and stared into the quiet glow of the crock. His voice, when it came, was low and thoughtful, like a lullaby that hadn't yet chosen a melody. "Well," he said, "it isn't gold, not the kind you keep in a pocket." Bridget smiled. "We already knew that. And it's not knowing everything," he continued. "Though asking is always a good start." Sumas nodded. "The most important thing," said the philosopher, "is this: to love, to laugh, and to wonder." He looked at them both. "If you can do those three things, even just a little, then you'll never truly be lost. Not in the woods, not in the world, not even in yourself." Bridget was quiet for a moment, then she whispered, "That feels true." "It is," he said. "The truest things usually feel like something you already knew, but had just forgotten." Sumas finally picked up his pencil and wrote it down. Love, laugh, wonder. The fire settled lower, and the room filled with that sleepy kind of silence only found in safe places. The kind of silence that wraps around you like a blanket, not because it has to, but because it wants to. The fairy child, who had been sitting by the window all along, turned her face toward the moonlight. "Thank you," she said. The philosopher nodded. "Thank you for reminding us what joy really means." Outside, the night deepened. Owls blinked from their branches, leaves rustled with dreams. And in the little white cottage, 3 children, 1 philosopher, and a crock full of golden memory rested in the center of a world that had remembered itself. Chapter 18. Good Night from the Glen. The moon hung high over the glen. It cast silver ribbons across the hills, touched the tops of the trees with quiet hands, and poured soft light through the cottage windows like spilled milk from the sky. All was still. Inside the little white cottage, the fire had burned down to glowing coals. The chairs sat empty, their cushions still holding the shape of the ones who'd rested there. The teacups were stacked neatly. The crock of gold sat in its place beside the window, glowing faintly, like the last lantern lit before bedtime. Bridget was already curled up beneath her patchwork quilt, her hand tucked under her cheek, her hair a soft halo against the pillow. Suma slept in the little bed beneath the skylight, the moon painting a pale square on the notebook lying open across his chest. One hand held a pencil that had drawn, just before sleep took him, a tiny, glowing pot with stars inside. And the fairy child. Well, she did not sleep in the usual way. She stood beneath the ash tree, outside, barefoot in the grass, her eyes half closed. The glen had embraced her, gently, completely. She would go home soon, back through the veil that humans only see in dreams. But not tonight. Tonight she watched over the ones who had remembered. The philosopher sat in his rocking chair one last time, a wool blanket around his shoulders, his eyes half-lidded but bright. He looked out at the quiet world and whispered, "Good night, fox. Good night, badger. Good night, trees and stones and stars." And if you listened very carefully, you might have heard the trees reply. He rocked slowly, back and forth, until the rhythm of the world matched the rhythm of his breath. The crock of gold glowed beside him, not brighter, not fainter, just there as it always would be, for those who knew how to look. For in that glen, and in all the quiet places the world tries to forget, the truth had been remembered. That joy is not something you find at the end of a map. It's something you carry, share, and hold close when the night is long. And so the story ended, not with a shout, not with a bang, but with a whisper. Good night. From the glen. Sleep well, dear listener. The gold is safe, and so are you. The end. Thanks for spending this quiet time with me here at Sweet Dreams Storytelling. I hope you're feeling relaxed, peaceful, and ready for a restful sleep. As we say goodnight, let the calm background music guide you gently into dreamland. Before you go, don't forget to like the video and subscribe, and until next time, rest well.